Good morning, DC-10, please chill. Being overly demanding is the most efficient way to get me to not do something that you're asking for. Literally, I have a thing called pathological demand avoidance. Legend is alive again? I don't know if I'd call myself a legend. So... a person that mods and makes videos. How much time does it usually tell you to, what, make a mod? A mod of this scale? At least a few months. And we're streaming the whole thing. How much time does poppering stream take? You're talking about like the beginning of the stream stuff? It really depends. For some reason I'm having a bug this morning and it's not acting the same way as it did yesterday. I'm gonna quit and relaunch BeamNG again. Might have to relaunch it like 5 more times to be able to get it into developer mode properly. We'll deal with that in a bit. Otherwise, how are we all doing? There. Excited to see what is cooked up today. Today what we're going to do is we're going to create that menu button, which we have an optional thing for. Okay, it's still not working. Control U isn't working and I don't know why. I think I accidentally just launched it twice. Yep. Good. You know what? I may as well show you my screen. Whatever. Okay. Put user in timeout. Let's go 10 minutes on that. Alright, Control U. Nothing. I'm not getting the menu to work. There's meant to be a menu that pops up. I can go back to this, but this doesn't change anything. I wonder if I have an idea. Let's quit this again. This time... I don't have the terminal open anymore. We'll get this going and we'll leave this open whilst we go and run this. And see if that fixes the issue. I don't know what's happening. Heard that Indonesia is banning social media under the age of 16 tomorrow. Yeah, we're doing the same thing, which is so stupid. If anybody doesn't know, this is a concerted effort by financially interested companies like Meta. Meta is apparently meant to be the big investor in that. No, still nothing. Control U is not bringing up my side menu. I don't know what's happening. Well... what it is companies like Meta want to better define who you are. And to do that, they want more information. The problem is then companies like the United States are now building profiles on people and monitoring everything that happens in these apps. So, it's not great. The American government, to be precise there. All companies are doing it, but now that countries are also getting in on it. You can guarantee that all of the other countries are less scrupulous companies are doing it, but now that America is actively doing it, the whole world's going to shit. Where seconds away from authoritarian government. Whichever government is in power when it starts, I have my guesses. Here in Australia, it would probably be our left wing. In America, it would probably be their right wing. It's... though not our left wing. Our one that pretends to be left wing. It's going to be basically like a musical chairs, and the music is stopping. As much as the GT4 career menu would be great, he is an independent person and can only do what he is capable of. Yeah, no, it's going to be nothing like actual Gran Turismo, the menu. It's going to be incredibly basic. I might leave it open for other people to do things. But what we're planning to do today is to start by putting the button in, which should be fairly simple. Should be. Then I'm going to start mapping out a menu for doing things. I'm going to have to recreate the menu twice, however, I believe. Oh, actually, I suppose I don't know how it works. You're going to have to be able to access the menu from here, but it's also going to have to pop up at the end of races, at the... No, it's just going to have to pop up at the end of races as well. And give you all your interaction from there. I live in the wrong time zone. You start streaming every time I'm about to go to sleep. Yeah? Will I do custom build or continue? That's up to you. Last year, Australia banned social media under age 16, and now this year, Indonesia is banning social media under the age of 16 tomorrow. Yeah. It's all, by the doing of companies, but primarily Facebook. Known as Meta, but if you start calling your company Meta, it gets harder to create headlines like, Meta is doing this thing, so you just have to say that it's Facebook, even though it's actually Meta, the company, and Facebook is just it's branding now, basically, as far as I'm aware. All right, so yesterday I was reminded of a sample button, and we're going to use that. I don't think we need to use an icon, and it's going to be in this menu area right here. Let's just go ahead and grab the sample button. Where did I put it? Sample button, there it is. Mods, unpacked, folder, what do we call this? Calling it GT Career would be too on the nose, or should I call it that? Because Gran Touring is Turismo being the Italian spelling of it, I believe. I'm not actually sure. What do we call the mod? Think of all the metadata Meta has on us. Damn. Yeah, you know what? Actually, that might be why they called it Meta. Because they're getting all the metadata. 86 career? It can't start with a number. At least the mod folder can't. And I want to have a unified name to make it a little bit simpler. Race career. It's a bit of a long name to fit in a small button section. No, it's not. Race career. Just in case other people do this, because that's too much of a generic name, let's go Filmman 86 at the beginning of that. Filmman 86 race career. And we'll just make everything race career. Then in here, we're going to want to recreate their folder structure. So it's going to be UI. Then it should be mod modules. Yeah. Can I drag that in? I cannot. Then inside of here, I'm going to go with race career. And I think I like race career because race career is very, what do you call it? It's short, has career in it, but it defines it being different. It's I don't know, it's kind of tricky to explain. Now let's open up. Ah. Good. And sample button. Good. Let's drag them over here. Wait. It didn't do the thing. Oh, that is the HTML. Okay, yeah. Fucking hate. Okay. Drag you in as well. Get rid of you and rename these. This is going to be race career button. Race career button. Fate 6? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Welcome, Andy. How's it going? Philman Super Duper Careerinator. Super Clean Career Machinery. Oh, wait. Machiny? Sure. Race career sounds good. How's today's progress doing? I just started. What the fuck do you want from me? God damn, Jordan. I want to ask, will you make a hypervan tomorrow? I made a hypervan already. Go check my backlog of videos. Okay. I wonder if we go into here, can we find sample button? Is there a reference to it? Custom object, create toolbar buttons. There has a create object toolbar that is made of object classes, groups, buttons, and for each group button when pressed. That is Lua. It will show the object class available to create in that current group to add create group or new button for creating new types of object we can use a special API like it in the next example. What's create objects toolbar? I'm getting too much into the weeds. The documentation is not filled out. Why aren't you doing it? Fuck up. It was a combo of Fellman and 86. Oh, I see it now. I thought you were trying to say it like the Fate of the Furious was meant to be the title for Fast and Furious 8, and then there was like Fast and Furious 6. I was so confused by what you were trying to say. Now I see in the vid where you put the plane motor into cars. There was that one, and that was technically two different vans, but no, I put an equivalent of a XJ220 engine into a van. Welcome, Ultra Kai, how's it going? So this is something about creating things in Lua? What does API reference say? The world editor is written in Lua with a few basic operators coded in C. Oh, right, yeah. There are menu things made in Lua, but it is, now that I'm thinking about it, only in world editor. Interesting. And exposes a table to Lua. It resides in the Lua G extensions editor. So I can dump whatever's on the C side here? I feel that the world editor is also a hell of a lot faster than this, but then again, it's also a lot less graphically intensive. Like, look at the lag and it just ignoring some of the inputs. Ugh. Hopefully that gets cleaned up one day. That's a Supervan video. Wait, did my link not go through? Are you not a moderator, Jordan? Add as moderator. Sure. I'll mod you. I'm also going to mod you, Andy, just because. If anybody didn't know, Andy MB, who's here in the chat, is also a YouTuber. And I was in a video teaching him how to mod. Poorly, but I did. Links never go through unless you're a moderator. Yeah. Just don't make, don't allow people to put links in the chat, because that is how bots become shit. How I made the fastest minivan in 11 hours? Really? Is that what I called it? Huh. No, not that one. No, then there's four super vans that I've made. Fuck, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one where I had Grog TV in. Philman 86, XJ220 van. BeamNG. God, Brave really does suck. The fuck, Brave? Never using Brave Search ever again. You wanted to take a picture? Go fuck yourself. Now, does D take me to DuckDuckGo? Damn it. Privacy my fucking ass. How do I set default search engine? Normal window. DuckDuckGo. Private window. DuckDuckGo. That is insane. I don't trust Brave anymore at all. The fact that they would even hint to requiring a picture is insane. The Jag XJ220 engine in a van. There we go. That's the one that I was personally thinking of. I didn't realize that I'd made 4 different supervans. I want to ask you, do you need to pay for BeamNG drive? Need is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that particular sentence. I love watching you mod as I struggle to make my own. Yeah, fair enough. This right here is enough for me to want to ID age verification for internet access. It makes you want to do ID age verification? What the fuck? Wait, was it asking for ID verification for... It had either that or, in very small text, captcha. Like a traditional captcha. The fact that it would put up the whole, like, hey, this is the one you want to click on. Oh, you can also do traditional captcha if you want. The fuck? ID verification for simple Brave search? Yeah, no. I use Brave as... So I like to keep my normal browser separate from the browser that I use for streaming. So I've been using Helium browser. Helium browser as my main browser. Unfortunately, it only comes as an app image for Linux, so that's a real pain in the dick. But I've been using Brave here. What I might do... Not Manjaro, not Mandingo, Oh, there's some sort of other security browser. Mojave? Privacy browser. 12th of November. This will probably have it in. I mean, they're all going to be listicles anyway. Well, these are wrong to start off with. These are not the best. The best one is, what is it? Libre Wolf is the best. Wow, this is so... Wait, what? Oh yeah, Libre Wolf. Zero telemetry is zero everything. What the hell are you on about? Will one of the supervans be used in the license test? Maybe. I don't want to have... Oh, yeah, you know what? Tor sits above everything else. I completely forgot about Tor. WaveFox. It's a fork of Mozilla Firefox. Water... Oh, it's not Wave, it's WaterFox. My bad. Suitable for people that want to have the feel of Firefox functionality without using standard Mozilla Firefox web browser. Users might want to consider WaveFox since Mozilla has telemetry agreement with Quantum to collect user data Firefox. Wait, really? They just have an agreement, hey, we're just going to scrape data? I didn't know that. Huh. I knew that Firefox was going down a bad route. I would pay for a browser, and the fact that browsers have to keep updating, I would probably consider a subscription for an internet browser at this point. Edge? What the fuck? I don't trust this list at all. It also doesn't have the one that I'm thinking of. Firefox does too, but not as bad. I just use Firefox because Chrome eats RAM. I don't mind that it eats RAM. Molvand. So let's check for Mulvand. Sudo pacman -s Mulvand. No Mulvand. Okay. Let's check in here. I believe it should be in here. Wow, this has become so incredibly slow. So there seems to be some negative ratings. I wonder what those negative ratings are. Can we see the reviews? Show all reviews? Doesn't work? Okay, well that doesn't help. Insecure and not verified unofficial Flatpak. Oh. Wait, what happened? That doesn't seem to have a lot of information and could be very a point of view based. Broken fingerprint protection. Are they just showing every review twice? I think they are. Okay. We may look into Mulvand later, but it seems better than Brave right now. Jesus. And Alpha Linux users, Linux is still better though. How is it an L? Firefox has been implementing AI too. Yeah. I don't hate the use of AI, but if they're putting it in for free, that means they're scraping the shit out of everything that you do. Which means they're building better profiles on you, which means that they're trying to figure out the absolute pinnacle max that you are willing to spend on pretty much anything, and then charge you that amount and not a penny less. Like, that's the ultimate goal. And then the other one is to find out exactly what makes you tick, and then exploit that to give you massive FOMO into buying things. I almost exclusively shop for used things, though. Flop is apparently privacy focused. Flop? You can have a quick look at Flop. Never heard of them. Browser for Windows? Yeah, here we go. Ultimate customization for everyone. Enable more advanced customization. Enable more advanced customization than your default browser. Try Flow based on the smart Firefox, which it enhances functionality and flexibility while maintaining security and privacy. I'm okay with the option to use AI for things because it does have its uses. Yeah. And they have uses for you. A lot of people are in the never use AI for anything mindset. Nah, I don't fit into that anymore. I use ChatGPT a lot if I need quick mathematical answers. Sure, make sure you don't lose your ability for critical thinking, though. Because you rely on it too much and then it'll just make mistakes occasionally, and that can cause problems. Especially if you're writing code, which then causes bugs, and then you don't know how to maintain it all. I use LibreWolf now and have no complaints. I do. I hated the fact that I had to re-log in and redo two-factor authentication every single time. I turned those settings off for YouTube, but I still didn't like it. I would like something like LibreWolf, but have like a verifiably secure local internet history that cannot be accessed via like cookie access or anything like that. So it can't be stored as a cookie because cookies are accessible by websites, even unrelated ones. Like that would have to be the subdivision there. There's a large difference in types of AI and people don't realize that. Yeah, there's different uses of it and whatnot. I like to run mine locally during daylight hours because I have solar. I'm getting batteries soon so I can run it whenever I want. AI has its purpose, but it's almost never used for any of them. Sure? At least not ethically. Then there's also the fact that a lot of these AIs are now they're optimizing their models and training to also make them addictive, which they've been doing for a while. One of the things they do is they tend to string you on. So you'll find a lot of the one of the main things about LLMs is if you're having a conversation with a real person, you can tell when a conversation is coming to an end. With LLMs, it can be a lot trickier, and they want you to continue. So they'll do things like it's very nice. They say, "Hey, do you want me to explain this more?" Like that sort of stuff. They're a little bit more insidious than that, though. That's just the easy one to point at that doesn't seem that nasty. Oh, you'd never use it for code? I think that it can be, but as long as you're not generating large masses of it, unless you're already really experienced in that code and you are very careful and you're very good at code review. New stream title, finding the perfect browser. I mean, maybe one day. Morning movie. I see we are side questing already. Alright, fine. I'll get back to what I was doing. The things that we're going to need to do is change this. MD content. So this will be the default, or one of the default styles, and this will be the text. This is the race career menu. We'll just leave that for now. Then in here, so much here is confusing and is actually important distinctions to make. So there was in the sample button, it's sample button HTML, sample button JS, and sample button the folder. So when they're calling Angular module sample button, which thing are they referring to there? A little too much unification of nomenclature there. I think this is what it calls itself. So this is going to be, this is just a button. So this is going to be race career button X. I'm just going to chuck X on the end there. State provider. Sample button test. I wonder if I could write this in VUE3. Or View 3. I should just call it View. I watched one of the videos today. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. I watched the first one. I got part... Oh no, I watched 2 of them. And they call it View. Even though it's more like Vui. I suppose an E after a U would make it U. Viewy? Would be the proper way to pronounce that. But it's also, I believe, short for something. So it should be VUE? I don't know. I'll just call it what they call it, which is View. But that sounds stupid because that's also just a word and something that you use commonly in normal language and in coding language with like viewport, point of view, viewing some text. It just, I hate it. I hate it a little too much. Lua is simple, and they don't call that Lu, and it's not a common word. I'm a traditional coder, I enjoy the suffering. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. Usually what'll happen when I'm not streaming and just doing recording, I'll pause the recording and I'll just spend a good, like, half an hour to however many hours it takes, whatever, to just sit and read and cross-reference things just in silence because I'm incredibly dyslexic. But when I'm streaming, I don't like to learn live on stream. Though I use it to modify torque curves in Beam before, because I know it needs to be increased by like... Ah, that's pretty cool. I actually, yeah, because I did that recently. Let's have a look at that. Do we have... engine, torque curve. Yeah, I did the math like this because I just couldn't be bothered doing number by number. It was easier to start timesing things. Wow, that really perfectly turned out to 0.09? Huh. Nope, wrong one. But that does do the same thing. Bar engine? Did I do the... Yeah, I did the same thing on bar engine as well. I forgot that I'd done that here. But yeah, so that's a thing that I do for torque curves. But it's really, really messy, and it's going to be tricky for other people. I wonder. I have my LLM thing up. That's loading up. Let's load a model. Probably the reasoning one, which I think is Quen on this particular machine. And then I'll cross-reference. Oh, well, you're really going for it? Going for what? Yeah, I just told ChatGPT to increase it. I often tell it to make... Yeah, math like this is... Like, it's not necessary. Can you please... do the math for the right column here so I can make my code cleaner. All right. Let's see how she goes. What the hell happened to scaling just then? So they're doing double checking for me. I'm also going to double check. Saying please to the AI. I don't know. I just write in plain English. That model is confusing as hell. Just give the numbers. Oh no, it's this is the reasoning. Because it's in a CLI, it doesn't have a drop-down menu option. I suppose it probably could. It's also going really slowly, by the way. Why is it so slow? And its power usage is all over the place as well. Why is it taking so long on the frickin' reasoning part? What the hell? It was simple math. What is it doing? So, if anybody doesn't know kind of what reasoning models are doing in this particular situation, this is what's called the Ralph Wiggum approach. So, oh, here we go. Ralph Wiggum is an idiot. AIs are an idiot. But if you put enough Ralph Wiggums in a room and give them enough resources and enough time, they will probably get you in the ballpark. As long as it's obviously not super complicated. But given enough time, given an infinite time, he would probably be able to figure out most things. And that's kind of what's happening. It's still going?! And it's doing it again. I think it's stuck in a logic loop. And it didn't give me an answer. It reached the end of its allotted token use. Didn't make it past. Oh my god. That is fucking hilarious. Holy sh... So, I am new to SSHing into my LLM machine like this. I have never reached a token limit. Oh my god. Well, let's compare its answers. 102. Does it... 102.06. 102.06. 102... It got there every time. What? Oh my god, that is so dumb. I could have written just a simple algorithm. Oh, that was the wrong thing. A simple algorithm. Fuck. Oh no, if I try to do that. How do I... Nope. Is it this? Nope. This way? Nope. Whatever. So, let's just do the math on that. Do we have a history view? Where's history? Show history. There we go. Ah. Wait, what? Hold on. What did I do wrong there? Oh, it's inverted. Okay, yep, no, I get it. Let's get rid of the tabs as well and make it easier. Okay, yeah, that seems to have done it correctly. Then, you know what? Fuck it. That is so funny that it did. I'm still... That is so dumb. Put 100 monkeys on a typewriter, one will eventually write Hamlet thing. Kinda, sure. But monkeys don't really communicate in complicated thought. Whereas LLMs, they don't really use complicated thought. They use a abstraction on the concept of that. I know it's hard to explain, but kind of like that, except Ralph Wiggums can think. And sometimes you'll come across somebody referencing the Ralph Wiggum thing. I wonder if I can just go Ralph Wiggum AI. Ralph Wiggum Virtual Agentic Coding Loop Simplified. So it's an AI loop. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, the other thing that's not cool... So it was kind of happening in that. What I was experiencing there was just normally what is called reasoning. But it also had characteristics of the Ralph Wiggum loop of make sure, go over things, go over it and go over it and go over it and go over it, which is something that a monkey on a typewriter wouldn't do. Check PC programs, worth it if you're... If you really like car stuff and you like crashing and you like driving and creating your own fun, there is a career mode. But yeah, definitely it's worth your time. I prefer BeamNG for my ability, for the ability for me to be able to create things. Translate ID? Rear button. Sample button controller. So, this is... I'm not big on Java, and this is AngularJS, which is even deeper down the rabbit hole. Config, so this is the configuration of the file, maybe? This is the thing to run the file. In the configuration, we declared a controller, and then this is where the controller is being used? Is that what's happening? God, there's so many brackets just, like, ladened up against each other at the end there. So, I think... can change this to so what is the controller doing here? It's doing a function. So this is a function. We bring in scope and state. Okay, so I'm guessing that these come from somewhere else. Sample button controller. Are they saying that the sample button controller has scope and state, and then the function brings in scope and state? But I'm not fully sure what that means. Okay, there's things here. Let's go race. This is capitalized version, so race career. Keep trying to write that wrong. Console log. You know what? Let's do that. Yeah, you can still do that. Target state. Okay, this we can look into right now. So, UI VUE, no, it'll be under UI modules drive main menu drive icons, and then we could pick one. So which one? Oh, there's not many. We could grab from somewhere else, but it'd be simple just to grab it from here. We might instead, because all of those are used, icon debug available icons. Is that gonna? Yeah, here we go. All right, we can grab something from here. Race. Yeah, let's grab this. Oh, can I not find the location of this? Do I have to wait for asset browser to load up? It's running off of an SSD at the moment, so it's going to be incredibly slow. From my understanding, aliens just regurgitate data they've been trained on. It's a hell of a lot more complicated than that. If you wanted to reframe it, the way of doing, saying it in a simplified fashion, is it is the world's most complicated autocorrect. Because autocorrect is not autocorrect, autocomplete. So when you start typing in a word, it tries to guess what it is, and then it knows whether you said a verb previously or a noun or adjective, and tries to guess what your next word is going to be as you're spelling it out, or even before you spell it out. So it's kind of like that, because all it's doing is generating the most likely word to come next. But it does it in a different way and on a massive scale. Absolutely huge. You can get ones that run really small, though. So ones that'll run on a few gigabytes. In fact, I think they've got them running less than that, but they become less accurate the smaller they become. I reckon I could have done the math on paper faster than the AI finished. Yeah, AIs are not intelligent, because if we're trying to say like, oh yeah, the intelligence of an AI, the AI would have known to just chuck out a number. If a number was recursive, it would have just said, here, I've done this one to 10 numbers, and it just keeps going on. Do you want me to just round it off? The other thing that it probably would have done is just looked at the fact that I have no decimal points more than 0.134 and gone, okay, they only want to go to 3 decimal points. It would have reasoned, it would have figured that out, and it would have only done the math once, maybe checked it once. Which I was kind of hoping that the reasoning model would have checked it once. You know what, actually, we can use a non-reasoning model. Let's go model liquid. Is that gonna try to fill up the same space? Now this is a bigger model, but no reasoning. Good, it wiped the RAM. I want to ask how's it going. Halfway already? Are you kidding? This is day 2. This is probably going to be months. Predictive text, yes. Sort of, that's a good explanation. Thanks for clarifying. By the way, I have used AI to help me with Linux. When first installing it, it went okay. Yeah, I think that is like getting help with doing something like switching to Linux is one of the less unethical ways to use AI. It filled in. Oh, because I've only got 3 cards showing, and I don't know why the 4th isn't showing. It's probably a bad riser. No, I switched out the bad riser. I'd have to figure out which one is on which slot, which is going to be really fucking tricky. 5, 10, less than 15 gigabytes. So it's not going to be the most accurate. Let's grab this again and see what a non-reasoning model does. That is so incredibly wrong. It got confused here. It went 500 times 1.34, which is the sort of thing that'll happen. Did I close that off, did I? No, I've still got it open. Oh, no. So wrong, 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 right, 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 correct, correct, wrong, close, 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 close. I don't care who you are. That's funny. Yeah, so reasoning is good for accuracy. Non-reasoning is better for power efficiency. They're a hell of a lot more efficient on power, but on speed, but also just getting a general idea of things. What else? There we go. Not that that really matters in JBeam. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. Okay, let's close some of these. Don't need you. Don't need you. Yeah. Python code isn't even correct, Lamau? It was Python code? Wait. Wait, what was 102.06? So it knew that the math was this. This is also not Python. This is a... I suppose technically, what would the math be? I want to say Lua, because I believe it gets passed through Lua. But it might also be C. I don't know. I just the $ in Lua doesn't do that. But I don't think it gets done in Python. Python is a thing that gets plugged in as a thing for BeamNG.tech. I usually use EndeavourOS because its UI is similar to Windows and stuff, just to kind of make me recognize what it is. No, don't use EndeavourOS if you're new to Linux. EndeavourOS is based off of Arch, what you're thinking of is KDE, which is a desktop environment. So think of it as like a... Arch is the main distro with a package manager like Pacman, and EndeavourOS is basically, as far as I'm aware, a fork of that. So it's kind of like similar but side with a lot of extra functionality, so then you don't have to set up your Arch individually. And that's just a core underneath. It is not your user interface. It is not your mouse cursor. It is not any of the apps that are opening. It's not this start menu. That comes under the umbrella of DE, or desktop environment. Mine is KDE. KDE Plasma. Is there KDE without Plasma? I don't know. Anyway, I think KDE is the company. I don't know. But then under the desktop environment, you can have different menu bars. You can have different start menus, all that sort of stuff. It's just KDE Plasma generally tends to package it all together nice and simply. You can have Fedora KDE Plasma. You can have Ubuntu with KDE Plasma. I put KDE Plasma on Mint once. So more what he's saying there. What I would suggest, if you don't have dual monitors that are mismatched, Mint. Just go Mint. Mint is just really easy. And actually fairly decent. It's slow and behind the times in terms of updates, but that's kind of good because they iron things out and then they only present you with the finalized things. I think Mint is just pretty good for a functional setup. Don't use vanilla Ubuntu. I heard Linus from LTT say that he suggests Ubuntu to all new people. Don't use Ubuntu. Ubuntu has a hard-on against things like Electron and other things where they'll just make it, they've made it their own executive decision. We don't like these things because they're insecure. So we're gonna make it a pain in the ass to use it. Whereas things like Mint is based on Ubuntu, but they leave in things like Electron, which for security reasons is not the absolute best, but Mint is already so secure that the extra layer of security we're getting, you're going to want to be a state actor for that to be a problem. Electron probably should be updated, but people work in Electron and it's not going away, but they're not fixing Electron. It's like those sorts of decisions have been made, and Ubuntu kind of makes those decisions for you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I'm using. I'm using EndeavourOS with KDE. I have to use OpenShell to get a satisfying start menu in Windows 11. Okay. But I'm sick of all the updates breaking things. Okay. I think I'll stick with Mint then. Yeah, Mint is nice. As long as also you're not wanting to do VR. You can make VR work, but there's extra steps and extra headaches. That is a result of Debian, which Ubuntu is based upon, which Mint is based upon. It goes Mint, Ubuntu, Debian. And Debian doesn't like how anybody is doing... This is my understanding of it. Doesn't like how anybody is doing VR screen leasing, or what's called DRM, or... Not digital rights management, but it's like it's to do with screen leasing something or other. Because VR, for optimal performance, they like to hijack the output and make your HDMI outputs or DisplayPort outputs not be what do you call it? Not be a monitor. And not even think of being called a monitor. So that way you can be a hell of a lot more efficient, down that latency time, down the impact of performance on the computer, because VR is very heavy on computers, and make it its own specialized thing. But Debian realizes that everybody else is doing it wrong, but Debian's also sitting there going, no, we have to come up with a unified system first, but not actually doing anything. So I kind of get it. I want to use VR, which is why I moved to Arch on the advice of Steam's VR on Linux recommendation. And I did regret it for quite a while, but I'm finally used to it. I have not bricked my Arch install for quite a while now. No VR here. I have to do Logitech Racing Wheel, so I'll need to see if the drivers work. Yeah, I have to do a workaround to get my Fanatec pedals working. Anyway, let's get back to this. I'm just gonna space that out. Just to make sure that it doesn't show anything else. We want... URL is not going to be that. It's going to be... replace that with... So when it gets to here, for the run thing, it gets target state. And then in there, it declares the controller, which makes the controller. I'm guessing that's how that works. I have ideas. We're going to replace that with... race career button. So do we have anything else in here called sample still? Sample, no. Button. Okay, we have changed everything. I wrote career wrong. Okay. Oh, that would be the HTML. The HTML is trying to target this. Okay, yeah. Good, okay. So that's how it connects to this. Normally, there's a callback at some point. So when it goes to load up the menu, it'll go, okay, give me a list of everything, and then it'll also go through all the mod modules. How do we distinguish when it's called? I'm also going to change the formatting. Yep, that's correct. Okay. So if I deactivate and reactivate the mod, then refresh the UI, this should work. Okay, let's try F5ing first, looking at the mod menu, then doing that. Wait, I wonder if... No, Control U still doesn't work. What did I call this mod again? Film 86 Race Career. Yep, I can search for things that are in the middle of strings. Did I put it in the wrong folder? Unpacked, Film 86 Race Career. I'm gonna Control L quickly. Would it be possible to make tires that don't explode at high speeds? Yeah, increase the beam strength, but you're still going to get expanding, so that you might want to... You'd want to increase the beam spring, but then you're also going to run into stability issues eventually, if not instantly. So then you're also going to want to increase the node weights, which will then make it have more of a problem. I suppose if you make the wheel nodes heavier and not the tire nodes heavier, that should get around that problem. Race career, here we go. Let's deactivate, reactivate, F5. Failed to load race career. Failed to fetch dynamically imported module. Local UI modules race career. Mod modules race career. I wonder if I've spelt it wrong. Or I wonder if that's to do with being in developer mode. So sample button doesn't work as well. I'm just going to quickly relaunch. But give me a second, because I'm also going to put this into BeamNG. New folder. Sample button. Then extract. I hate this menu so fucking much. No, that's not right. What, I can't see hidden files here? Ah, there we go. BeamNG. Just go to that. Oh. That did it wrong. Where is... Wait, what did I unpack? It didn't actually unpack anything? Wait, what's this? Oh. Oh. That's irritating. Icon info JSON. 11th of December. Okay, we can fairly safely delete those. that image didn't come out, did it? Oh, that's that one. Yeah, we did get rid of that. Wait, what's that one then? There we go. Same thing. We're missing a few things though. Weird. Anyway. Let's try that extraction again. Current mods unpacked sample button, recreate folder structure, extract, close. Okay, that's in there. This should work, but instead what I'm going to do is launch from bin Linux instead. Just see if launching directly into the game works, or it needs to be compiled first. Bit of a side quest. Could I possibly make some configs to expand the amount of givable prize cards in a game? Yeah, it'll all be editable. So sample button is in here. Good. I don't know why I checked that. Sample button showed up, but mine did not. Okay. Request fail. Reasons not found. UI, mod modules, race career, JS. So we're in the JS then? Ceph local. On resource response. 404 not found. Local UI, entry points main, Angular model JS 52. So this is the response. Module failed to load, race career, type failed to fetch dynamically imported module. That doesn't help me though. That is a very unhelpful feedback. It said, hey, we failed. Oh, by the way, so we failed, but we failed by failing. So what? Anyway, UI, yes, correct. Mod modules, that looks correct. Race career, that looks correct. I'm just gonna go here and rename on you. Because I'm so incredibly dyslexic, it is hard for me to tell when letters change. And then erase career button HTML. Nope, that seems consistent. That seems consistent. So I wonder if... Yeah, that's right. I put the name in deliberately unique there. Do we get any feedback for that? AngularJS. Okay, we do not get any feedback for that. Let's just now change that to erase career button and see if that fixes our issue. Unlikely. Yeah, no, that was not the issue. It is spelt right, yeah. Looks fine. Also, I have a question. When you drag down and have like a line where you can space stuff... How do you do that? Because I can't and I have the same software. It's in the URL, so it is the URL? Does it say that anyway? It does not say that anyway here. Lines 6 and 7. Those are different. Let's go a quick check here. So we have UI mod module sample button JS. You're gonna, oh good, okay. So 6 and 7, these are different than the HTML thing. That is weird that the URL and template URL are separate. What is it saying? It's saying that it's... Oh, racecareer.js. Okay, so we're looking for something that's... Race career, but not button. So does race career and race career folder have to be the same? I think that's what it's saying. That's irritating. I don't think the HTML needs to be the same, so let's go here. Let's change that name. We're gonna do some What happens if we hit F5? We changed a file, and it shouldn't be able to read the file name. Yeah, I didn't think so. Let's Control L. Okay, Control L is already done. Nice. Race career. Race career. F5. Whoa. Okay, let's relaunch the game, because clearly that's having some sort of aneurysm. I probably should launch in the developer mode so I can do live update changes. Spelled career wrong in 6 and 7 lines. I don't think that's the problem, however. Thanks for spotting that, though. That is, good. I wonder... Yeah, no more of those. What are you having? Lazy load. Fallback font will be used in loading. So apparently changing the name of the file caused the problem there. Wait, what if we... Module race career is not available. You either misspelled the module name or forgot to load it. If registered module... There's no word wrap, is there? Alright, let's see what it's trying to say. I DM'd you what you're seeing, Phil? Yeah. Yeah. Year. Race career. Either you misspelled the module name or you forgot to load a different registered module. Ensure that you specify the dependencies as a second argument. Dependencies. So I wonder if this then needs to change. We'll close this off and relaunch just to give it a fresh start. I know that I should be launching in developer mode, but at the moment I'm trying to fully understand the error before I move on. Chat delay is brutal. Yeah, I'm also not looking over instantly. Same error? So, module race career is not available. Oh. Module. We have module written down. Module is in here, so it's this. Race underscore career. Okay. Error AngularJS origin 1.5 injector no mod race career. This has test on the end, which matches nothing else. So it's not that. I wonder if, so when passing names, they can pull out the capital letters and then they could say, hey, there's meant to be a space there, that's a separate word. This is the beginning of it, so that would also have a separate thing. Hey, look, there's another capital letter, there'd be a space there. Does it look here and go, sample button? Okay, so we're looking for a thing called sample button. Like, there's so much variable because sample underscore button also does the same thing as, oh, that's meant to be 2 words. So I don't know how it's being passed, so I don't know what exactly the error is. Now I'm gonna relaunch again, fresh, to make sure it's got no errors. Can you pull both a sample button and your one side by side? Yeah, I can do that. I think somebody was talking about like zooming in as well. What I'm doing is control and mouse wheel. What I should actually be doing instead is control plus, which increases all of the UI. No, maybe not. So control mouse wheel scrolls just the thing. Why is that? Oh yeah, because I cleaned up a little bit. Wait, why is there more lines? Oh, because I also cleaned that up. Yeah. You can pause that if you want. I'm gonna go back to the game. Hey, there we go. Race career button. Any errors, though? Okay, so what was the thing that we last changed? It was the module. So, what the game is doing is it's going in, looking in UI module, gets the folder, goes into the folder and goes, okay, what module? This module? Great, hold on. We can't find this thing. It's itself. So, I'm gonna rewrite this with a bunch of notes. Can I put like a, no? How do I put a note in AngularJS? AngularJS. How to make comment. Add a comment. Angular doesn't have a template comment support built in. You could, however, create a comment directive. Just, oh. So let's have a look in theirs. Do they have comments? You know, fuck it. I'm actually not going to use... If I hit save on this... Okay, good. It is this one. Oh, that's how you do comment. Okay. Here... needs to match folder name, state provider, menu sample button test. That's clear because that's reaching to a file with the extension HTML, so that one makes sense. State and state, obviously those things should match up. I don't know what URL is though. Because this URL doesn't match this URL. And this name doesn't match anything. So I don't know what that's trying to do. Let's do that. Let's save that. That's about the only thing that I really need to match. The rest of this I can figure out myself. It's the same as JBeam use? Yeah. I had just a brain fart. Okay. We now have our button. What happens if I click Race Career button? Hello from the Race Career button controller and Race Career menu. Okay. I wonder, can I write this in VUE? I would like to future-proof it at least a little bit with Vue 3. So how do we do Vue 3? Let's go new file race career .vue. Then let's compare. Do they call module here? They do not. They did not. They do here. So now we've seen modules called in a few different ways, with use, with import, import from. I didn't see it in here, did I? That's not the right one. Let's keep going. All right. So I'm not looking under modules. I want to look under mod modules. Sorry, not looking under mod modules. I want to look under modules. So that's UI VUE. Let's have a look under modules. We got app edit, apps. Wait, what is app edit? Module, BeamNG stuff. So maybe this doesn't need to be in a. Maybe it needs a JS to go to view. Finally some progress. It only took 10 hours. Yesterday I was doing something different entirely. We can just start working out. We can always convert to this later. Is that in... That's in the root directory. Oh, well, that doesn't matter then. You're all fine. Let's go here, and we're going to start creating some divs for HTML. Have you unloaded your model? You haven't. I could ask you for like a simple division. We're going for... Give me a second. Been pinged. Oh. Apparently there's an outage happening with BeamNG. Interesting. So how do we do this? We're gonna want HTML and CSS. So let's go new file, race, career, menu. No, just call it race career.css. That we probably could call from default thing, so app edit just gets like MD layout stuff. What I want to do is start dividing up the page. I suppose I could have a look at how multiplayer does it. We have BeamNG stuff open. We're just going to take from theirs to learn. What I'm looking for is the multiplayer menu, which is probably this. Do they use VUE3 at all in any of these? That's separate things. That's all in HTML and CSS. Vehicle config. Oh! Oh, right. They hook into vehicle config, don't they? How did they do it? Or are they just overwriting it? There is so much in here that is not in the other... Holy cow, that is a big file compared to what's in the original. Yeah, they do not use VUE3 or Vue 3. I just need to learn how to write HTML now. That's a link. We don't want that. We got div. Wait. Oh, they got their own CSS. No, we don't care about that. For now, what I want to do is look at game files for... Actually, no, we won't do it here. What else we got in here? Big map. That's not using that either. That is also using JS and HTML and more HTML, and JPEGs and PNGs. Okay, let's go back one more. Okay, gameplay selector. I'm going to want something with a map. No. I might have to do away with the idea of that. What does stats show me? Oh, this goes into a main menu. No, I don't want that. Do you show me? No, you show me something like that. I just want a clean menu. That's kind of closer. This should give me submenus, custom layout, buttons, and a play button. So let's go with, what is that? That was a Light Runner? Let's have a look at Light Runner. It's probably the same as Map Select, but Light Runner will be, yeah, at least a little bit unique. Okay, so. Light Runner. Okay. What is the difference between Overview and Level Select? Oh, overview. Okay, yeah. Level select will be when you click on the button and it brings up the sub-menu of level select. Okay. Oh my god, this is massive. What do you reckon the error is? Also define the standard property filter for compatibility? This is a huge file for, honestly, not a lot in there. Wait, the HTML has the style inside of it as well? Oh. So is this basically just the CSS stuff? Is that what this is? Weird. Scenario select. Campaign select, maybe? Campaign? This does give submenus, does give options. But, I think I like the cleaner look of your, like, time trials and whatnot. Because it feels a little bit more Gran Turismo-esque. We can just, like, because we have control of where things sit. Now, I want to work off of percentage screen sizes, not, pixel size. And they have a lot of percentage-based stuff, so that's good. Overview. I think we're going to start by grabbing their style section and chucking that into ours. That's the wrong thing. Then it goes into div after that. They call it MD content instead. What is MD content? Official content? No, it's taking out the dash, huh? Yep, no. Wait, official content vehicles? Do they just have a list of... Oh, they have a list of the vehicles now. I didn't think they had that previously. Let's go examples. No. World editor. Levels, group, UI loading error. Yeah, let's give that a try. No, it just has content in there. Okay, yeah, that doesn't help. All right. Let's try girdling. HTML, what is... I have a really laggy browser now as well. Okay, MD content might be... AngularJS. Okay. So this is probably a little bit more unique to... What do you call it? Thing, whatever. Let's grab an ND content, beginner and ender, and just chuck it around our div. Formatting goes directly to that. Why can't I have... indent using tabs? There we go. Then to end this, we're going to grab you, chuck you there, layout, position relative, layout, row. Oh, okay. So what they've done is, I'm guessing row means sideways. So they've probably got a row for this and a row for this. Then in that row, they have columns. They probably have this column and this column. Then inside of this column, they probably have 2 rows, and this column inside of there, and this column inside of there. This column in here, this column in here. Then inside of here, they'll have columns. It'll have this column, then this column. Inside of this column, they'll have this row, this row, this row. Inside of this row, they'll have this column, this column, this column, this column, this column, this column. Then under this column, they'll have this row, this row. Then over on this one, they'll have this row and this row, and I get the feeling this row is a part of this row and somehow overlaps. I don't know. Okay, we're getting there. So if I just have this and hit F5, go in, erase career button. Hey, look at that, it's in the middle. That's what we expected. So center alignment does that. Position relative, fine, that's good. I wonder, hold on, did they have, oh, the back arrow is here. So if we go into something like time trials, it doesn't have a back arrow. Okay. Then let's start doing some extra divisions. Is it just MD content into MD content? Like, how do they do it? MD content goes into div. The div has a style. Then it goes into MD grid list. Oh. Let's have a look at career mode. See how they access vehicle menus. If I hit escape, it goes all the way back. Wait, no, hold on. Career mode. We're not going to do... Oh, what do you call it? I'm not going to do the tutorial, because yesterday we found out that the tutorial is bugged. Does it not do save files? Hold on. What's the warning? Saves may not work between releases. Doesn't work at all for me. I suppose I didn't make it past the tutorial, so it doesn't really matter. Enable tutorial, let's turn off tutorial, and let's start. Lock the player in the big map view and use that. Yeah, I have considered that. I could make the button just launch a map. How much it is to write HTML. I actually don't mind HTML. I think HTML to me makes a lot of sense. It does not save files, yes, but you don't have one if you don't make it past the tutorial. Okay, it does. Okay, it does make them. Okay. It's just, my tutorial was so bugged out that it gave me, what was it, like 15 FPS yesterday? We're gonna give it a better try today. Okay, whilst we're waiting for that to load, I'll be back in a bit. tutorial broke in 030. Oh, okay. Watching this stream in science class. You should probably be doing science class. Okay, welcome to career mode. Disclaimer, the following gameplay is under heavy work in progress and offers only a taste. Conquer challenges to earn money, rewards, and reputation. Vehicle customization is under heavy development and may not work as expected. Purchase your first vehicle from Quarryside Auto Sales. Okay. New progress mechanic career paths. Oh. Precision testing and pro-level driving challenges. Time trials, drifting, drag, and AI racing. Deliver larger loads for bigger rewards. Stunt, police chases, destruction, and more. Rank your vehicles by class and compete on equal terms. So is this like a trust system? And are they saying that if you... By what I'm seeing here in this screen here, that's all stuff that the game would be more inclined to know. The things that it won't know, really, I can't actually see. Is that giving us an exact number or not? These ones would be the only ones that they would have to find out themselves. Unless they can do some sort of algorithm to just check, hey, we got grip levels, the acceleration times the drivetrain losses and drive ratios. We just know how long it'll take with the power curve. Explain things for people. Yeah, maybe a splash screen would help. It's just so you can see some. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of discovering. If you go into BMRA, time trials is basically a tutorial for how to drive. What's BMRA? Could be good for a license test? Oh, is BRA on the map, is it? No, they have an AI that tests for you. Oh, okay, yeah. That's a thing that I am somewhat familiar with. Any good GT car mods? I have the one for the Civetta or whatever it's called. I don't know. I think we're gonna leave mods to the wayside for now. Open the logbook from the pause menu to monitor progress. Keeps tab on rewards and financial history. Boosts your gameplay knowledge. So I'm guessing this is meant to be the cheapest place, so they'll just kind of dump you here. I'm guessing it's also used things. Just press E. No. Wait, hold on. What's on the E menu? Vehicle actions. Oh. I theoretically could put everything inside of the E menu and just lock you into the E menu when you're not in a thing. Anyway, it's Shift E to get in. Yep. How much money do 13,000? Purchase a vehicle. I hate flashing notification stuff. It really irritates me. If I select on... No. Alright, I'll go like this and I don't see the flashing sign anymore. Oh, I only have 3 to choose from anyway? Okay, great. Is the Ibishu cheaper to repair? Because I feel that the i-Series has the highest potential, but the BX would be easier to repair and get upgrade parts. Like, upgrades for this would be a lot cheaper in real life. Get the Covet, trust. All same, I believe. Fixed price. Alright. Nah. I'm... Oh, it is all-wheel drive as well. But it's really fucking heavy. And they don't give us the power to wait either. It does have the highest power to weight, so it probably accelerates the fastest, if not for the fact that it's front-wheel drive. I don't know. I don't know, I'm just kind of partial to this one, because I grew up with Volvos. I just like this car. I'm just going to go with it. Choose insurance. I like that they've got, like, a free repainting in there. That's funny. This is actually really a tricky one. I think I'm just going to go this one. I don't know. How much does it cost? That? Okay, great. Purchase. I have to click and hold, do I? Okay. Hey, good thing I don't get motion sick easily. Am I in the car? I'm not. Okay. We're still in tutorial, are we? Okay. What was it that we were going to look at? Remember what we were looking for. How it handles showing cars. Ah, yes. So, do we have a Control E? We do not have a Control E. I can't hear the game, can I? And I'm getting like less than 20 FPS as well. Wait, can I not get out of the car? I have to... Oh, wait. I rebound the get out of car button. So what does it normally look like in the vehicle selector menu? Okay. Yeah, what was I going to do? I was going to have a map overview, wasn't I? No. Okay, so my issue is... I can't really use this mode. I could take a picture of a map and put that on the background. The problem is I wanted to do driver training on a different map and whatnot. I find it funny that they got Z fighting here with the gullyway area, whatever you want to call it, waterway. View every dealership on the computer if that's at all handy here. How do you bring up that menu? Oh, is this the menu you're talking about? Yeah, you got all the dealerships here. So the problem is if we start you out in the basics area of the ETK test map, so then you can do your first licenses. Oh yeah, so when you want to start buying a car, you can't just click on a map icon and go to it, because that's going to be on a different map entirely if we go through that route anyway. So we can't really use this as our menu screen. It's going to have to be an on-screen menu screen. Okay. What did I rebind it as? That's what I rebind it as. Whatever, let's just save so I can shortcut to this. Can I quit career mode? Where's ETKI test? I'm so blind. Where did it go? There it is. Use Hirochi Raceway as a test track? That's going to be an actual racetrack, though. Are you going to need to switch maps anyway? Yeah, I know. But if all you're doing is buying cars, you're going to have to load an entire map just to get to the vehicle select. But then you realize, oh, wait, no. I still want to do more driver training stuff. You're kind of fucked. You're going to need to switch maps, so having custom map that is specifically for a loading screen and all the stores may be best. Yeah, picture, yeah. A picture might do best, yeah. Why did I load into this? Oh, yeah, right. So what I wanted to do now is if we click on this and go to time trials. Okay, we have an overlay. That's how that works. Does mine work like that? It does. Is that transparent at all? No, I think it's just grey text. Try using the vehicle garage computer. That's all on there. I think we got it figured out. we'll have like a list of dealership countries. So like let's just start putting something together. So here we've got some sort of like MD grid list. I don't know how a grid list works. If I put that here... Wait, what? Oh, I didn't have the first... That. And then end it with this. How much definition do I need to put in to make a grid list work? Oh. Grid list and grid list title. Pre-season testing on Hirochi? We'll get to that. Making a custom... Oh, you're talking about like a hub world overview. Nah. Do not load in the cars and leave it in the thumbnails. No, I think what I'll end up doing is I'll end up copying their a lot of their stuff for their cars and used market stuff, and that'll just be all done in menus for now. At a later date, we may make it drivable map accessible, but free roam is not something that I'm working on right now. So we got 4-hour light runner. MD row span 2, column span 7. 2 for rows, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. There's no title. Nothing down here. Wait, are they calling themselves Alpha? Oh, weird. Oh, it's just notifying me that I'm online. So what is column span then? Oh. Oh. Then we have an aspect ratio. MD gutter. I'm guessing that's to do with like a width size. So columns 13. One, two. Okay, those are the very distinct areas. Is that what they're getting at? Let's go with 4. Just so we can figure this out. Empty coals. I'm guessing coals is it not, it's not collisions. Oh, actually, maybe it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. I just want to make a box of boxes. 18 by 25, we'll leave that as it is. I'm not really going for a replica of all of the menus and everything. Skyspins. Just like the menu list would work too. Yes, there's plenty of menu dealings to do. So before any race and events can be made. Oh yeah, no. The majority of the beginning is going to be menu stuff, actually. What was the minimum requirements that we were looking at? Menu system. This is Lua. This is going to take some playtesting, but mostly Lua and menu system. That's... I suppose that's not really a minimum feature. That'll go, needed features for future stuff. Okay, this is the minimum requirement. Access AI, existing AI races. Okay. Because we're going to have to do it in a different way than they do it. So now, we got 13. We're looking under here. 1. Is that a... yeah, that looks to be a formatting error. 2. Yep, that is definitely a formatting error. 3, 4, 5. Is that a formatting error? I don't know. So it's not 13 subtitles. So I don't know what MD_cols is. There's only 7 references to MD cols anyway, and most of them are col span. There's only 1 cols, not col span. Is it dividing the area up into 13 distinct widths? 1 for a gap, 2, 3 for a gap, 4... Yeah, maybe that's like a division thing. Okay, so let's ignore that then. Go back to 13 on that. We'll try to keep the same sort of thing. Then we got grid tiles. This spans 2 of them by 7. 2 by 3, 4 by 3. So we got 2 by 7. How does this go? 2 by 7. So that would be a short but wide. Short but wide. The other one also short and not as wide. Good, that would be that one. That looks taller than it is wide. Oh! The row height is all rows are then that compared to that height. Okay, so... or vice versa, I don't know. Row? I'm not sure. So this goes side by side then. 4 by 3, so that is the tallest. If this is 2 high, then this is 4 high, because it's the same height between these two. So it goes left to right, and then a square and a wide, a square and a wide. Then I'm guessing this is the button center. I'm guessing this is play button. Yep, that is the play button. Start race. What is it? It's just called play. Where does the text go in to say play? It doesn't. Anyway, I'm guessing there's a predefined button. Nope, that's the translation text thingy that we saw earlier. Okay. So the next thing, we're gonna start going by this. Why aren't you indenting? Indenting. Very weird. Then to end you, grid tile. Oh, this is creating its own thing and it's also, and it's going a 1-to-1. And then we got a div in here. So let's go with NG click will be a thing in the style section, right? No, it's not. Okay. Then I'm guessing NG click would be under... I suppose that might just be a universal style. Don't know. We got rid of our div. Oh no, our div is here. So let's copy this div and we'll chuck it in here. Let's see. That should center this, but I don't know. Now, is it only going to load when I click on the button? Okay, it hasn't worked yet. F5. Maybe if I create another one. That's good. Let's do this. Maybe it doesn't accept live. Yeah, okay. Let's go into developer mode and see if we can't get it to allow live updates. Who knows? Maybe it'll also have enabled my ability to bring up that menu again. Unlikely, but... Can't even F5 from here, huh? Nope, no menu stuff is working. All right, let's just Alt F4 and load again. Oh, actually, did we change? We did change some stuff. No, that's the wrong one. This one. We'll just try it one more time. May have just been a balked load. You gonna bow out now? Alright, well, thanks for being here. It's early morning and I need to sleep. Oh. I saw it pop up that time. Oh, right. Full screen mode. That's why I wouldn't have brought up that stuff. I mean, now it's also balked, so there's something going wrong. Completely wrong. So let's go back to whatever this is, because that seemed to work yesterday. Oh, do I have to run the npm install again each time I reboot my computer? Hey, yes, this is different from last time. Hey, there we go. Career button. Okay. We are not getting the div stuff that we wanted earlier. We do have a scroll, though. That's weird. Hold on. Do we also get that with the, this is very incredibly laggy. No, not sample button. That's not what we want. Light runner. The light runner does not get a thing, so why does mine get a scroll bar? There's a shelf. Oh, yeah. Then we got the like accordion items and whatnot, aspect ratio. Displaying an image at a fixed axis ratio, optionally with overlaid content. Okay, so they're talking about stretching an image. I can understand why that would happen. How did you learn to do all the ID not... I'd not even know where to start. Also, did you get some sleep in, my friend? I didn't get very good sleep last night, no. But where did I start? Small things. With my automation cars, just wanted to make them a little bit better because the exporter was too generalized for what I wanted to do. BeamNG main stars. What are stars? Oh. Plain tile. Oh, these would be the paint tile stuff. Pill? Ah, buttons to click and stuff. What I'm looking for is the MD content. Is there a search function here? There is not, is there? No. Tile? Yeah, okay, that sort of stuff is for vehicle selectors and whatnot. Oh, it does the whole area, okay. Interesting. Okay. BeamNG unit? Oh, okay. Tooltip. Oh, okay, like a hover thing. Okay, yep. We'll probably be using a lot of that. Race career menu. Let's go. Thing 2. Grid. Okay, they all have different names now. Are they just overlapping in this? How do I... There we go. Oh, sorry. I'm not seeing the other text show up at all. What if I move this div outside? It's going to bring up that one error again. Yep, thank you. Okay, that is no longer in the area. But when in the grid list, things start getting lost. So, why? Why? Well, let's have a look at the first one. Wait. Oh, it's got a class in it. This isn't the same one that I was looking at, is it? You've got ND content, which has a div in it. Everything is inside the div. Oh. Then there's another arbitrary div ends, which means that they've got some formatting syntax error somewhere. So this is then meant to be inside of the div. I'm guessing that's how that works. What about the final button? So we got grid list. Yeah, the button is inside of that. Okay. There we go. But it's got a scroll bar in it. Why is it so puny? Scroll is probably due to it thinking there's different aspect ratio. It wouldn't be an aspect ratio, it'd be a size. Automate based on the... could you make the engine swap tutorial from a mod to another mod one day? There's a bunch of engine swap videos. There's multiple instances of Phil engine swapping on his channel already. Probably the MD content CSS class. Oh, I see. That's, that. That's what that is. Class quick race. Overview transparent filter. So what is this then? Yeah, okay, it's in a few different. Where does this get defined, though? They're all in HTML. So what is this? Is it saying we're creating a class and it's equal to this, or is it saying the class of this is equal to whatever this is? Yeah, look at the CSS for it. This guy practically tickles with engineers every video. Oh, tickles with engines every video, which I find entertaining. I just struggle for whatever reason. But good luck with the UI. Ah. What? So is there a quick race overview, and then there's a subcategory? So it's passing this somewhere, is it? UI modules, boss route. Oh, okay, so this is a massively used thing. Oh, scenario control, CSS. Okay, we have a dot transparent, and filter. So under transparent, don't know. It is 100% transparent though. Same thing here, okay. So that's fine. I'm guessing, so that's not the background though, right? Okay. Interesting. So that's fine then. That's fine. Layout row, that's fine. What else allows authors to constrain content to a certain range. Content width. Flex style max width. Okay. Let's give that a look-see. Okay. There we go. So that has added formatting. So race career does not have anything. So it just starts at the beginning. This is meant to be inside of like a grid tile sort of stuff, so it'll be center aligned. Even this is center. So this should be center. Anyway. Can I change the background color? I should be able to, of those grids. Class, header, row, layout. Start center. Class header. Layout row. Layout align. Start center? Oh, this goes vertical then horizontal, right? So the start means from left. It's weird that they don't say left and they say start instead. Tile. That's basically one of the tiles already. So already G-Grossman 2.7. The one I want to look at is for... Here we go, this one. Because this one's got a little bit more simplified stuff. There's no pitches and anything to get all muddied in the water. The whole div containing it is center, but the div that the race career thing is not. Ah, this is center, this is not. Okay, so if we go align layout, is that gonna mess with things? If I just hit back and will it reload back in? No, it won't. Okay, so I have to F5 every time. Race career button. That did not change the alignment. You know what, actually, we'll just leave that at center. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be able to. Let's F5. I will keep that position with my finger. That's what we're up to at the moment. Oh wait, I didn't actually change anything, did I? It's still there here. Let's get rid of the align. Then we'll do it again. F5. Just hold my finger there the whole time. Same thing. because it's flex. Max width flex. Oh. So if I put another div inside of here, like that, like this. I'm just going to leave that, see what happens to start with. It's over there. Oh, excuse me. Full of burps today. Yep, cool. That maintains it. Then if we get the layout alignment... If I can learn how to manipulate it, then I can do more, is basically what we're doing. I'm not actually caring about this bit of text, if anybody is wondering. Same place. Okay. What if we go start? We saw one of those as an alignment. Okay. So, this div is set to flex. Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah. Divs underneath it cannot be anything else anymore? Then what's the alignment of these? Okay. For now, what I want to do is I want to give a background to those grid tiles. That way we can see what's there. So let's have a comparison with it has written best times total time with a logo. Quick race, high score total. So this is the thing that we'll be looking at. So we have a grid tile, 4x3 div class, filler tile. How does it know whether to go left to right or up and down? Like, how does it know when to start a new line? Oh, is it word wrapping basically with the grid tiles? Is that what's happening? Anyway, layout, align, start, center. Records. NG class? What is NG class? I'm guessing that's like BeamNG related, and then class? Disabled. So did we see an NG class for this one for disabled? Selections level disabled. Okay, no, that's a different sort of go to state selection level. So that's a go to states thing. Class filler tile. I'm guessing filler is in somewhere, and then tile is a thing underneath. So... well, filler's not in here, apparently. No, not in there either. Okay. Oh, okay, no, this is going to be a little bit more unique because the track selector is disabled. We don't care so much about that. More what we might want is maybe this NG show class header row align style opacity 1. Opacity 1. That would be probably the orange. But it's got an NG click here for lap records. Oh, nope, that's not what I want. Damn it, that tries to load me into a map. Okay. Though I will be using that eventually. As always, 90% of the program is figuring out what someone else wrote. Sure, it's not so much that, but I'm also learning the language. That is... It depends how long you're doing it for as to what percentage it is. So there's going to be a lot of things that are around disabled track things. So NG class, I don't know what that's going to be. If we go to vehicle, this should be the vehicle selector, right? Start center vehicle, select row. Okay, when do we get to text? Style margin in pixels. Got a logo. BeamNG logo. BeamNG logo. Okay, wait. Oh. In a row. BeamNG logo. Then it should be followed by text, right? That's all stuff for image. That's fine. Official top MD tooltip. Oh, okay, it's official. Give me a minute. There she goes. Look at the style block. That is the CSS for that file. Yeah, but it also has a lot of like generic CSS stuff as well. To be honest, when I do UI for BeamNG, I just make my own CSS and just use that as a class and don't care about their built-in stuff. That's fair. The problem is I don't know what. I suppose, yeah. I don't know how. One, I don't know what is generic and what isn't, so I don't know how to tell how they've made custom stuff or not custom stuff for each individual thing. Plus, I just don't know the language yet. So they've got a div here, and this references to some AngularJS for what language it's going to be. So that's a tooltip. When you mouse over it, it should say official. Yep. Nothing. It's been like 20 minutes. How are you? How have you not learnt the entirety of HTML and CSS already? Fuck. What I want... Style margin. No, I want the opacity one. Because this one is slightly... Oh, even that's slightly opaque. Damn it. Damn it. It always highlights that one first. What if I move the cursor around? There we go. So when I mouse over it, it becomes opaque. So that's got to be like some sort of CSS thing for highlight and not highlight. For the part where it's got the... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's 100% opaque. But I'm not seeing anything about the, I think I hit about like 5 treats in there today, or maybe 6. He's really tucking into it. WebKit filter bright. Okay, that's that. If selection vehicle official, row layout, center align, style margin. I should probably make a light runner version of the Elfin, shouldn't I? Class header. Guessing that's a generic. Oh, here we go. We got the... Aha. Quick race overview. Tile focus. Header. So I'm guessing... There's header and then quick race, header, tile focus version. Aha! We already actually have that. So let's, where was I? Is it? There'd be no selection for this one. Actually, you know what? We will go with that selection style. 307. So class, header, layout, row, align. Yeah, let's go with that for our text. What did I grab? I'm just going to grab the whole thing. Yeah, this is a long journey, and it's not just HTML, it's CSS, but it's also JavaScript, Angular, JS. There we go. And if we... So there's no select option yet. I haven't made it selectable. So why is there a gap beforehand, but not afterwards? Why is it? Oh, that would be why. Center, center, center. Let's do that again. Okay. I think I'm getting it. Now it's right aligned? This song, by the way, is reminding me of Undertale. I never played Undertale, but I know it. So how does your alignment work? And is it pixel width? There's no pixel width here. This one is wider, but it's right aligned and not center. Why don't you just go center and not center center? Does that chuck an error? Okay, so it does the first center and not the second center, which would be the horizontal center. Okay. So if we do that... Yeah, no. I don't understand how flex works. But the flex, at least, is keeping this in the center, which is the more important part. We didn't really need this text to be here. We could make that a div inside. So if we were to grab this and move this here, let's also, I want to make, let's also change this. I want to change so it's not trying to conflict with other things. Quick erase overview gets placed with race career. That was a mistake. Okay, that was only from inside of here, just checking. Race career overview, color one, header one. Okay, so we're probably not going to have an orange header. Instead, to make it more separate from BeamNG, go like that. Black. Be black but transparent. Okay, yep, that's fine. Yep, transparent, good. So that's race career overview, header, title. What would be the difference between header and title? Wouldn't be one? Let's make it the same. So this is 100% transparent. Mocked cover. What's the error here? Also define the standard property transform for compatibility, CSS. Two-dimensional transformation is applied to an element through the transform property. This property contains a list of transform functions similar to those allowed in SVG. Need to add padding for the text? I don't think so, because that's what center is meant to do. How we doing? We're doing okay, just slow. Lots of menu stuff. Menus are not enthralling, so it's a fairly dry stream. I'm wishing you luck. I have my own UI to work on now. Well, thank you for coming by, not that guy, 70. Maybe stop by later and I might shoot you some questions. In that style, just add color #000 in that style. We've got a few of these weird ones that are chucking up errors. Always define standard roles, keyframes when defining keyframes. Zoom in. There doesn't seem to be a zoom in button. Sorry, a zoom in function. Oh, is it meant to zoom in when I mouse over? Yeah, why aren't we seeing that? Let's pop to a normal map, normal-ish map. What's a simple map to be on? Where's Cliff? There's Cliff. So, I'm understanding my list of things for the most part. Race career overview, tile focus, mock cover, web animate, zoom, 2S forwards, shorthand property combines 6 animation properties into one property. Are they saying that it's got 6 steps to the animation to zoom in 0.2 of a second? Or is that 0.2 of a zoom? Don't know. Focus tile after. Yeah, a lot here that I don't know. Once again though, 100% transparency, which is a bit strange. Play button. That is black? It is black. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Aha. Okay, it's the same thing, but without the transparency. That's what's happening. Okay. is meant to be black. Okay. Black. Dark brown. We don't have a dark brown. MD list item. Nope, I wanted the whole thing, please. Just the one reference. Yeah, I don't know. Let's save that. Now, we should have back one level. Yep, okay, let's refresh and see if things have changed as they should. I haven't checked to make sure that there's a correlation between the styles. You might start getting rid of some of the things. Yep, good, that is good. That has nothing, that's fine. So, class header. We're only using header at the moment. Let's get rid of pop over. We don't have that either. Don't have that either. Disabled play button. You know what? That's going to be a sub menu. For hitting play, because you're going to have to go into a sub-menu to get to the race things to select. Play button. Actually, you know what? We don't need the play button here at all at the moment. Race, career, overview, tile, focus, after. Is this after it's been set to focus? Is that what they're trying to get at? Tile focus, mock cover. Okay, we'll leave that on. I don't know what that means. Web. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's Okay, thanks. Thought that was back one layer, but apparently not. Oh, there is an animation. It's just really slow and feels like it's got 3 FPS. We're going to leave the zoom in stuff because I think we'll use that. Not entirely sure about this, but we'll figure that out. Cover. Race car. Title. Dark background. Header. So what is the difference between... This one has transparency, and title doesn't. And they all have transparency. Does it become title when over... over thingy, whatever. Transparent, color 1. Alright. Don't know what this is yet, though. Thing 2 is real. You see that I'm back at it? Yes, I am. Not with the white vans, though. We already talked about the white vans. That was older videos. We're not doing that today. Okay. What do I want to start doing for our menu? I want race career menu. Let's make What do I want? I want a tall one. This one's going to be I liked what I like about Gran Turismo was the like finding the different countries. Dealer countries? Then this one's going to be more of a tile. So we can make that a 2x2. This one is going to be licenses. Okay. Let's see how that changes shape. We should change the transparency stuff, shouldn't we? Oh no, we already did that. Okay, this is definitely right aligned and not center aligned. Back one level takes me right back to the main menu. That is irritating. Do I have to put in, like, what the back menu does? Why did I bring this up again? Oh, yes, to find alignment. So that is definitely start. But they've got some, like, filler gaps around it. Let's go to name and time. So that will be under 2.7. We got... Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one. 4x3. Yeah. Oh, it's a div and a div. So the first div just shows text which translates from that. High schools single. Name and time though. Best times, total time. Oh, because it separates it. Of course. I think if you have multiple cars doing the same hot laps, I don't have any hot laps set up at the moment. This isn't simple text, is it? It's not just a text field. Quick race name, quick race time. Name, time. What is your alignment? Text align left. Oh, that's a style text align. What is the TH? The TH element represents the header cell in a table. Header cell? Oh, right. TH is text header, as far as I'm well aware, and TD is text data. Oh, okay, is that what D means? I remember this when I was doing things related to making tables in HTML. TR is a row. Okay. Class filler dark. Style overflow odor. Odor? Auto. Yeah, wait, why is that not indented properly? And where does this div end? Oh, div ends on the same line. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. That is indented correctly. You know what, just to remove confusion, I'm going to do that. This doesn't have any formatting to it. As in, like, tile formatting. It's probably going to fuck shit up. Okay. Layout. Center. Vans ain't comfy anyway? Like Ken says. Ah, thanks. I am going to have to get people to spell check at the final thing. Okay, even though I gave it center, it didn't apply it. So, I'm guessing that means we're in grid list. Maybe this has to be inside of a grid tile. So let's go. Ah. There. That was the problem. Nope. That's... yeah. And you. Okay. The auto formatting is really struggling right now. It's the padding left 10 pixels pushing it right. Oh. Did I miss that, did I? Those challenges highlighted. Weird. Okay, 1... Should I give this an align layout? You know, let's just try what we've changed so far. I changed the aspect ratio. Told you it was padded? I haven't. Like, that's a side thing. I don't know if I can go 0.5 on that, but whatever. Let's grab you. Oh. Trying to just see how alignment works for now. Then we'll move on to the padding. I do know of padding, but it's okay, I'm gonna... How do I do two markers at the same time? I'm not gonna be able to maintain this, am I? Fuck. Okay, yeah, that changed nothing on my alignment. I wonder if I go back down to 7 and put the alignment back in. Will it be 7 wide and center aligned? Imagine one box nested in another. The bottom level box is centered, but the parent is not. Well, I'll read that again in a second. Okay. So imagine one box nested in another. The bottom level box is centered, but the parent is not. Yeah, I understand that. Also, overflow auto is for scrolling. Oh, yes, obviously. Now I do remember that. Overflow. Okay. We'll leave that on anyway. Layout line, center. So this is, yeah, let's go 13. I want a title here. You're saying the parent box is... So how did this not get aligned? Does this need center? God, I thought I understood how the parent alignment works, because this is something which initially made sense to me very easily. I think that was centered anyway. I don't think that actually changes anything. So why can't I align this text to be in the center of this? Where are we? 4 by 3. Yes, this is the one. I wonder if it's the class header. Does it have an alignment? It does not. Layout row. Style opacity 1. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. We're just trying to see if we can get a thing to do with the thing that I want it to. I think your grid tile is not centered, basically. Hey, there we go. It's just because I didn't set it as a row, so it didn't know what and where to align. How is this overlapping? This... and this are overlapping. Weird. So, now, just race career menu. Now, if we go in and change the style for the font size, where's a style for text? Font size. Title. Can I specifically override that? Font size. So what is font size going to be? 3 VH. 8 VH? I don't know why it's made it a string automatically. Does that have to be in a CSS, or can I assign that individually? I honestly have always hated the header setup. Okay, yeah, that has not worked. Alright. Oh, it's probably style. Font size. Probably that. Can I manipulate it that way? Any errors? Not by the looks of it. No, that does not override it. Okay. Class, filler, dark background. Filler. Dark background. Can I add a font size to here? Or is it trying to access a different one? No, that's under Race Career Overview. There we go. So it accesses the style, but only takes whatever it needs, and since it was going here to that, it was trying to find just a generic thing. I don't actually think I need this. You know what, I'll leave it open for now, and we'll change the text to experimental, so then people know that this is experimental. Experimental race career mode. That way people won't try to be like, oh, it's broken, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, no, it's alpha. Line CSS has to be grouped style blah blah. Are you saying that I could have put that text I was making in here next to this? So let's grab that font size again. I think that's going to throw up an error. I don't know where the semicolons go. Sometimes they'll show up and sometimes they won't. You had a semicolon there. Now, does it go at the end of every line or just the one line? Oh, no, wrong thing. That did not work. Do I need to go filler background, or dark background? Not in a class, in a style? Oh, I was in class, not style, my bad. You're right. Yep, that was me derping quite hard. It all goes in the single style tag. Any other calls typically don't get read. That div had a style attribute already, so writing duplicate gets ignored. Hey, there we go. That's how we override it. Thank you. That was helpful. And I'm guessing since... What is the difference between class and style? So the class comes here, and then it accesses the things inside of it. Is that what that is? Sure, we'll leave that as is for now. This is so much different from how I remember HTML being. HTML was very different in my memory. Class calls the CSS and style overrides what's in class. Class calls the CSS and style overrides what's in the class. Okay, yeah, thought so. That was very helpful clarification. Now, row, center, center. These all have row and center, center, but they are not center aligned. And you said that it has to have padding. But hold on, what do we got here? It's class header. Padding left. Ah, that's what it is. Aha. Wait, is there a padding right? Written anyway? No, there's only the one. I was looking for it in the dev line itself and being like, I wouldn't need to add it, but now it makes sense. Okay. Haha! Thank you! You guys rock. You made it so much easier there. Well done. Give yourselves a pat on my back. Okay. I want to make this smaller. So if we go row height ratio. This one should be 2 by 2. Oh. Will that give it a full tile size as opposed to just the text area? It does. Okay. Oh, and then it overlaps. Okay. So 2 by 2. That means that... okay. Let's go 1 to 1 for now. And see what happens. Aha, okay. So, layout align. Can I make this like center 25? Because what I want to do. That's a grid tile. I don't want to recreate this whole thing. That sits out here. That's not going to change anything. Wonder if that actually works though. That does work. Okay, I just want to remove this padding here. I'm guessing that all layout align can be edited. It's just how. This is cool to see someone learning instead of just tell AI to do it. Yeah, I want this to be maintainable. Imagine it'd be a lot easier just to give the style sheet to Squarespace and get Squarespace to create this, but learning it is far better. I do actually learn pretty well from those sorts of tools where you could do the thing and then it shows the text version on the other side. Kind of like how you got 3D view for JBeam stuff in this program. You could see it actually changing, like that sort of stuff, changing one value at a time. I would probably learn incredibly quick if I could do it on one side and figure it on the other. Yeah, Figma also has stuff to design and then convert it to HTML and CSS. Normally draw it out by hand, then write what I drew into text. Fair enough. Something like W3 schools HTML CSS may be useful, then that's basically what it is. Okay. Let's have a look-see at that. I remember this. I have seen this. I tried to learn this a little while ago. Not the same, unfortunately. Get the feeling there's some errors with this like WebKit transform stuff and close but no cigar. Are they saying that the content is meant to be a string? Tile focused after content 0. Tile focus marked color. I have to figure out how to do the up one level thing properly. No text is showing up at all. Oops. Nothing. Okay, weird. Okay. Custom beam parts? Yeah, fair enough. Yes, the BeamNG container styles. So I'd have to bring in all of the style stuff and find where it all is. That's fair. Love a good F86 video at the end of the workday. Never thought I'd ever run into a live stream. Oh. Yeah, it's a live stream. I'm going to be doing them a heck of a lot more. It's kind of my new workflow. Do stream, not mega long streams anymore, and then I go in and edit them at the end of every day. Then at the end of the whole project, we put it together. So if I change this from header to title, it should become selectable. Did you not get any hits from looking for an editor on Discord? Nah. It is really a shitty deal, to be honest. Okay, so... why are you stuck over on pause? Okay, so they're not selectable. Is it because they don't do anything? Header. No, it has a focus as well. So there's something else that makes a thing selectable. Let's go, I don't know if... is that how you... plain text. You do not have a background. So what does VH mean? Vertical, horizontal? Is that what that's meant to mean, maybe? Off to bed. Thanks for streaming tonight. Still trying to finish the planning stream I started today. Finish? The planning stream I started today. I'm not sure what you're saying. Let's see if that word wraps or scrolls horizontally. Because I know I have overflow on. I want to see what happens if I turn overflow on and off, but I need to see overflow first. Oh. More text down here. Do I not have the overflow on this particular? I do not. Overflow order. Okay, that gets an overflow. This doesn't get an overflow. Okay. That's absolutely fine. Dealer countries. Very wide, not very tall. Ah. So this one would have header. Then there would be a bunch of divs below for each country. Let's just do a few at the moment. This will all be plain text. Then this will be... what are the countries in alphabetical order? Filters. Country. Oh, yeah, because I put in a country. France. Okay, France, Germany, Italy. Let's do that. France. You know, I should capitalize Germany. I have to capitalize that because it is the name of the country, just like the other ones. I'm going to want to also change the font size. So that was under style. Let's freehand write this out so we can get this right. Like learning it. Style. Font. Size. Let's go a little bit smaller, and we're going to go with 3 on that. Okay. Has that worked the way I hoped it did? It did it vertically. Whoops. What's the opposite of row? Is it column? I don't think it was column. I think it was something else. Row, row. Oh, it is column. My bad. Do I have to do this as a div inside? Is that how I would do that? Let's try that first. I don't want to have extra lines where I don't need extra lines. Started watching that stream? What stream? Yep, okay, that does not work. So. Class. Is there a thing without a background? All right, let's create a new one. Or can I go classless? Is that a thing I can do? Then we'll put column in here. Layout center. Okay, let's see what happens with that. I don't think I can be classless, but let's give it a try. I watched an anime recently where the whole idea is that everyone's meant to be in classes, but he was classless. So now that every single time I say that, I think of it. Okay, good. Header has smaller... Really? Oh, header is smaller. That was meant to be 4. Okay. I want these to be left aligned. So these are going to be... Start. Welcome, Frilario. How's it going? Dealer countries. Wait, did I... Dealer countries is the only one that I didn't want to be... Wait, how did it manage that? Dealer countries I wanted to be centered, and then I wanted the countries to be left aligned. Plain text and header. So what are the alignments? Padding, padding. How the fuck does that work? How is it made the only one that doesn't have? Were they all left aligned earlier? Have I saved? Yes, good. Let's reload that. Maybe I'm misremembering how things worked. That doesn't make sense. No, okay, it stays this way. So this one was always left aligned and these ones were always in? That doesn't sound right. Okay, I'm gonna refresh again because I think something went wrong. I think you can do it with the floats if I'm not just making the alignment. I think you can do it with floats if not just making the alignment left center. But the thing is this one is center align. And these are center align. But this one becomes start align and this one becomes center. Why is this one different? I wonder if it's getting stuffed up because it's like overflowing onto a different thing. Let's try downing the font sizes. Lack of class messing up with things. Oh, right. I did do that, didn't I? So let's create a blank class. Oh yeah, I did plain text twice, didn't I? Blank. Wait, was there already a blank? No, I don't think so. Tile. Let's give it tile. Class tile. I don't think it would. Yeah, no. All right, let's take a look at the other text. We have the 4x3. What's their layout sitch? Layout row. Ah. Row start. Can you set it to... It should be start center, not left center, which is strange, but sure. Maybe change row to column? Okay, let's try... But then this one shouldn't have a different alignment. Why does it have a different alignment? It doesn't make any sense. Status for the adaptability with text that can go backwards like other languages. Left should still work. Didn't we already go through this earlier? Okay, so experimental title bar should now move to the left. Yeah, see? That aligns. Yeah, these should also be rows still, because they're rows inside of a column. I'll give left a try. It just tried to correct, complete to left padding. Or padding left or whatever. Maybe padding ton? Yeah, that hasn't worked either. I wonder if they all need to be the same in the rows inside of it for that to work. That wouldn't make sense, but we'll give it a try. I wonder if it's to do with the padding amount. Okay, so that hasn't changed it. Let's go font size 1. This is meant to be VH, my bad. Something is overriding the alignment then, perhaps in the class. But then wouldn't we be overriding it by writing things? So in the class, we do have padding. We're using plain text or header? That one's header, okay. That's the difference. You're right. Why does header, but not plain text? What did I remove? I removed background color. Okay, let's just go 0, 0, 0, 0. I suppose the background does fill out an entire zone. Because we are in, like, the grid tile area. I suppose I could do grid tiles inside. Oh, you know what? I have to do grid tiles inside, don't I? Yeah. Well, that didn't fix it. Let's try that. I think the text conform, or the background conforms to the text. Yeah. So we have min height, font size, padding left, padding right, opacity, and background. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wonder if header is also manipulated elsewhere. Or some tile focuses it as a different thing. Let's try removing that and see what happens. The colors will go, or the blacks will go. Oh. Yeah, this wouldn't have changed anything. Hold on, I think I got it. Okay, I think I got it. Inside of the box, this is meant to be start. And then... Can I... Should do this. There we go. Okay. That will do it. I'm an idiot. I did change that to start, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay. This will align everything to the left. It needs to be buttons. It has to be a layout row. Yeah. I didn't think about that one. No, it doesn't. These also look to be center aligned still anyway. Okay. Then let's do that. You know what? These have to be different anyway. Yeah, we're getting too far ahead. Does a grid tile have a style? Also, what's this? I don't think that's going to cause an issue, but is there like a blank that I just removed? Yes. Okay. I had a blank in there. So, row span 1, column span 13. Hold on. Let's get that back to where it was. What I was hoping was to have a thing in there. I could just stick a div in there instead. And then play with padding. You know, actually, let's just leave that. No, that is fine. I get the feeling that it works top left to right, and if something fits, then it just goes into the next thing. But why is this bottom aligned and not top aligned then? Anyway. Let's move the end of div to here. I don't even think I need this twice, do I? What are they? Do they ever have an MD icon? They do not do tabs inside of there. What are we looking at? A 4x3? Yes. Okay. Clickable? Don't know. Text align. Okay. Maybe it won't let you have two different alignments in the same grid tile. No, that's not generally a thing. That's a table, okay. Let's have a look at one for... the SBR4, so that'll be the second wide one, which would be this. So they have their grid tile entirely. Inside of there, they have a div that goes the entire size. Okay. That has filler tile, BeamNG nav item. Okay. We'll grab that. No, that has to go on the parts underneath this. So what is filler tile? We have filler in here? Nope. Tile? We do. But not the same as ours. I believe that is for controller, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Which would allow us to probably make it selectable, along with ng click. This makes the whole thing selectable. Let's grab this and put it at the end of all of these. Good. Oh, wait, we grabbed row as well, huh? ng click is not a thing that's done. Good, okay. What I'm realizing is what I probably want is to have inside of the title to have a table. So let's go back to the 4x2. How do they do that again? So that's a table. Style width 100%. Okay. have it, yeah, let's have it separate from that. And where does table end? Down here with the end of table. Where's table? There's table. And these are no longer going to be yeah, I'm going to need another one of these as well. That seems to be all terminated properly. These are going to yeah, okay. These are not going to be divs anymore. These are now going to be TRs and TDs. So we got table TR means what? Represents a row. TH represents the header cell of each. Oh, okay. So we have to do a setup now. Inside of here, table header is hash. Okay. Text align stuff. Okay, we can figure that out. TH. Oh. Actually, we don't need headers. So we can lose that, actually. What we want is just TRs and TDs. Okay. So I want to see those TDs. Can TDs have a style? They can. Can they have a class? Don't know. See those TDs move? Oh. Have to move those TDs a little bit more. That's not TH, that's... Oh, okay. Hold on. Perfect. Okay. They should be selectable and clickable and whatnot. We're also going to try to make them into tiles. Okay, that's made the whole thing selectable. Not the subparts. What's plain text and header? Plain text is 4. Let's go 3, 4. The other thing I want to do is, this is a nav icon. These are the only nav icon parts, but these are the part, but the whole thing becomes nav icon, huh? Okay, that's a problem. Can I go sub selection in it? Not by the looks of it. So, the nav item goes to the top.
What if I make this a div? Wait, the table is a sign of a div as well. Okay, so
let's also change the size of these. They don't have rows. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's fix that first. Do they have center align and stuff written in them for TDs? They do have text align. Style text align. Close. Let's see how that works. No, they do need a thing then. Wait, what? Do they default to column, do they? If they fit. Alright. Don't need style stuff. Layout row is still relevant. Align center doesn't matter too much. And this doesn't matter. And this will be div. Why didn't you auto format? Weird. Then let's clear that out and see if we can make just that one thing selectable. Because this has also made the dealer country selectable. Caught another stream? There's going to be a lot of them. Oh, web development in a game. Now it's not selectable at all. I mean, oh. It's because I stuffed up the formatting. I'm hungry. I should probably get something to eat, shouldn't I? Okay. That just makes everything selectable. Why does it make everything? So this is outside of the table and it's still selectable. Does the selectable apply it to the tile? what if we get rid of this table and instead go once again to this. I don't know what size to go with. Three? I don't know what this is. We'll clear that. We'll start with that. Then inside of here, we're going to have tiles. Then these TDs are going to change for div, which we already have for one of them. Oh, it's nice to have some TDs around right in front of me like that. Alright, done. Those tables of data. Ugh. Made things so easy. It worked right out of the box. Aha! Now just one is selectable. Two things are selectable. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this will be wrong. 1 by 1. Class title? Does title have a background? Title has a blue background. Let's see how that changes things. Ooh, looks better. Getting there, slowly but surely, I'm learning. I will end up as a full stack developer of fuck. One day, maybe. Not right now. Dealer countries. Oh no, that is actually... Anyway, let's see how the navigation is going. No, navigation is bugging out. Is it because every single thing needs to be a grid? Can I set this as instead of a number, a percentage? How does that work? Go column span. 3. We want it to be max size. It'll be 3. 1 is too small. Does each one of these want to be a tile? Yeah, that would be the smart one, wouldn't it? Yep. Okay, let's try that out. Will I be doing this project for sure? Yep, it is a slated thing now. Why are they just overlapping? And then the click highlight thing is minuscule. Wait. I can work on this live from here. I'm so dumb. How do I... Is there like a highlight mode? Select an element. Aha! That's not how I've written it out. What the fuck? Oh, there's a whole bunch here. Okay. Flex. No, I don't have flex here. Let's get rid of the gutter size. We can try to figure out what that does. But listening, watching fill while working on UI myself? Yeah, for sure, that's what I go by. Should I know who you are? No idea. But apparently you're not that guy. That has not done what I was hoping. That has seemingly done nothing? Wait, hold on. Did that come down in position? That has not come down in position. Did I actually refresh after making that change? I'm not sure. I believe the gutters are spaces between columns and cells. I thought it might have been. Yeah, no, that didn't change at all. Here's the other RLS stuff. Not that guy. That's... Yeah, I remember you talking about him coming in. Yeah. I kind of... See, the problem is it takes me a really long time to remember the names of people. I remember you being very quiet when I was in the chat that one time, or in the call that one time. Class tile. Is there a different type other than tile? I suppose no, it is tile, so it probably should have tile. No, that is set correctly. Column. Row. Don't think that's the right place, but we'll give it a try before we move on to the one that I actually think it is, which I think is one lower. Yep, that didn't work. So as I thought, do we add it to all of these? Except these will be rows. Shit, I didn't even piece that together. I worked with Raceless a bit. Nice to see you around. Oh, I didn't know you were getting around so much, Juicy. Especially when they are numbers and letters. Yeah, I didn't talk much during streams. I like to lurk. Ah, yeah. No, I meant more specifically the... that has not worked. Did that just highlight? No. Why are they overlapping? That's the question. Doesn't gridless just instantly make them take the next spot? That's a different spacing. Column span. Yeah. It's only like a month, to be fair. I volunteered some time working on the race tab stuff, but work got a bit too busy. Oh, you have a job now. Cool. Is it a grid or is it all the button in the same row column? I want each row to be a button. Oh, wait. Row span. I mean, that's not going to fix the issue, but... Does it need to be more than one? Why would that happen? Will that change anything before I fix it? Finally, maybe figure out what this does. I feel that this one is a thing that changes space above. Yeah, that didn't fix anything. Wait, hold on. If I mouse over this. Yeah, that works, but this doesn't. That will be because that is, Oh, why is column span not in quotation marks? How'd that happen? I don't think that's the problem. Well, maybe it is. Fuck. It's not. Technically do ones? Oh, technically 2 jobs. I also do commission work for BeamNG. Oh, nice. As a regular dev worker there, but it's not a full-time thing. MD grid from BeamNG, I believe it is. I feel that anything MD is from BeamNG. Is there like an MD? No, that's an MD grid list. It's a list that can be a grid. I wonder if there's anything separate. So main CSS, we have grid tile. Why is it ignoring the... Oh, I see what's happening. Yeah, okay. Grid tile footer. Oh, interesting. Grid. MD lists. Item. MD bottom text. I just want to know if there's like an MD list item. Okay, let's try list item. I don't think it's quite a thing because I probably have to change grid list to something else. But let's see what happens if we try to put a MD list item into an MD grid. Yeah, it fucks up. Let's just go MD list. I could have a look at how the help menus and everything are set up. Yeah, that's completely fucked. Oh, but that's the right size now. But there's only one. Yeah, there's only one now. You gotta go? Alright, Kebergen, thanks for being here, bro. No, okay, that's doing the same thing. Does it not like there being a grid list inside of a grid list? Fuck it, let's just go 13. Whatever. It has to be less than 13. Let's go 10. I think that's more dividing up the area that it's given. Now that I think about it. So maybe 10 is fine. Wait, which one would be which? Row? Is that the size of the row? Or the... Fucking, I hate these things. Can't I just use X and Y values? X is horizontal, Y is vertical. Because this could be interpreted either way, whatever. Fuck, we'll just... you know what, we can also... go to 2:1 aspect ratio. We'll be streaming tomorrow? Nope, tomorrow is one of my days off. I should probably give these a class with a background. Plain text. It's already got a teal in here? Wait, what? Okay. Like a beige skin color sort of thing. Let's see how that goes. Hello, Mr. Philman. Tis be back. Tis be back? I'm not sure what's happening there. Welcome, Bergen. Okay. They are actually overlapping. So why are they allowed to occupy the same space? And they all have their own widths and whatnot. Oh, let's move a class. If I move class into the tile, will everything below it have that class? I think that's how that works, right? I don't think it needs to be a div inside of that. I thought this grid thing was meant to make it easy. Just have a grid and then put things inside of it and then it just fills it out. Does this actually change the font size? It does not. So that means that it's just defaulting? What if instead we move this to our tile? And move our clickability into the tile as well. We can do away with row and start align for now. What's happened? We lost one of our countries. When did that happen? Oh, wait. No, I see it. Okay. Let's see. How that treats us. See if it treats us nicely or it keeps kicking us in the nuts over and over again. It's going to keep kicking us. It's going to keep kicking. Oh, for fuck's sake! It's going to keep kicking us in the nuts over and over again. Why did it take me 3 tries to get that right? Also, we don't have the formatting, so it does have to be a div inside of here. Kind of, whatever. So why do these overlay? Lay? You get rid of 1 layer of div. Ha-ha! We're missing a country. France, Germany, Italy. We got... Something's wrong. Oh, we can go to Germany. It's like they're overlaying on top of each other again. Maybe if we put this inside of a tile now. Oh. What the fuck is that? Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, what? Grid list. Why are you not indented? Okay, there we go. No, that is right. Let's try that. You love Italy? Awesome. Good for you. Are they not meant to have... I'm looking at the wrong thing. Wait, where'd my thing go? Overview. We don't care about you. We just want to have a look at just a normal thing inside of the grid list. Only meant to have a row and a span. Oh, we've got classes in here. Whoops. Let's clear that out. I don't think that's the issue. They do not have a thing like that. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully no Italians show up. They might find you're typoing their country offensive. I think I spelled it correctly, didn't I? I'm very dyslexic. Fuck, it's gone. The food in the cars? Yeah. Roll and span. Keep pressing it wrong. Ratio. MD row height. Let's go with the gutter again. Doubt that's gonna fix it. give it a try. I like the fact that there's no, like, separation between things. It's just a space. There's no comma, there's no semicolons. But it also makes me constantly miss that there is separation between things. Okay, that has put it on a different layer. How's the selection going now? Seems that there's only one thing selecting as well. Okay. Burning. So I realized that I was misreading your name. You're gonna get timed out if you keep, spamming. You're right. I don't know how to spell that. Cool. We'll go with the alternative spelling of their country. I'm so dumb. How did I make that mistake? Ugh. I know there's a H in there somewhere, or something like that. Can't stop. I was just naming Italian cars. Wait, Italy, I think it is I? Bugatti, not Italian? Didn't they start as Italian, then they... No. No, it's that they were French and then got bought by a German company. Germany realized that they should just take over in other ways, as opposed to actually using tanks. The French love it as well, apparently. Did they not start as Italian? No, I don't think they did. I think Bugatti was always French. French, then German, yeah. They're run by Volkswagen at the moment? Yeah, and have been for quite a while too. Since, like, I think the late 90s? Mid-late 90s? Something like that? Basically right after they stopped making the EV110. Or maybe during. Ooh, actually, I don't know. You love German tanks? Oh, okay. I take it you're not French. Class, header, layout, row, layout align, start center. French tanks in the starting era. That's kind of almost a fucked way to put that. All armor but no gun. It's like trying to kill the mouse with a L13. Killing the mouse with anything was always a really tall order. Not the mouse. Not even the mouse. The one before them. Like the main battle tank that the Germans dominated with. The mouse would be nigh impossible, right? In real life at the time. I love the rubber ducky. I think the rubber ducky is so much fun to use in which one was it in? Was it World of Tanks or War Thunder? I think it was World of Tanks. That was one of my favorite tanks to use. Because you would just go out and you would start running into the middle of a battlefield and people would just be pinging you like oi, don't run out there, don't go out there, don't go out there. And then bullets just start ricocheting off me and then they just stop talking to me because I outlast them. It was so stupid and I loved it. They only ever made a few bases, like one actual tank of the mouth. Yeah, wasn't there also one that was meant to be bigger than it? It was meant to be a, like they never made it, I don't believe, but it was meant to be... What is it called? A land ship, I think is the term for it. You're doing it again, Burning. World of Tanks is good. It has some big advantages over War Thunder, but War Thunder also has some big advantages over World of Tanks. I played World of Tanks, but never War Thunder. World of Tanks is fun, but definitely in mediation? Is that the right word? Oh, moderation, I'm guessing, yeah. Absolutely giant, but very stupid because it's just a testing ground for bombs. Yeah, they were learning at the time the limitations of weight versus pressure on a certain footprint, and things like the mouse would just sink, even on relatively dry land. Any bombers were to be exact? I think World of Tanks is a lot simpler than War Thunder. No. War Thunder is a lot simpler. World of Tanks is more, hardcore. And I would say this by a long margin as well. And I like World of Tanks. I think they both have their advantages. The one thing that I like about War Thunder is you don't have to wait for matchmaking forever in between deaths, because at the very least, you get 3 respawns. Which I think also does a really good job of, like, filling out the map for, like, playability. It also, when you get into later levels, it forces you to play more than one tank ever. Unless you pay lots of money, which then you're paying money to have a less varied gaming experience. But I think that's like the big advantage of War Thunder is that like respawn mechanic that they have. I really enjoyed World of Warships, though I've not played it in a few years now. Yeah, I enjoyed it too. The one that I really liked from them is not the most accurate flight simulator, but it was such a fun one to play, was World of Warplanes? I don't know, but they cancelled it eventually. It was just a really fun casual shooter airplane one where you didn't have to... Now that I think about it, I can't think about what it was that made World of Warplanes different. It was third person, I think, and you would move the mouse around, and then it would try to align to the mouse, but then it would like always automatically horizontally align after a little while. I think I can't say what made it different, but did they cancel World of Warplanes? World of Warplanes. Is it still going? World of Warplanes? Okay. Just as like a jump in, play some matches, and be done? They're still updating it. Okay. Maybe it didn't get cancelled? I know that they had a problem with like player retention and whatnot. I hope they didn't make it more realistic. I liked the... It was just so easy to play. You didn't have to think. You were just flying in the ground, in the air already, and then you just went around and dogfought some people with like one input device, just your mouse. You would just have fun. That's all it was, just have fun. It was so fun. Maybe I should say fun a few more times. I prefer the concept of it. If you die, you have to use another vehicle. Keeps it varied. I prefer the concept. If you die, you have to use another vehicle. Yeah, that's what you had in World of War Thunder. In War Thunder, not in World of Tanks. Or am I wrong? Am I misremembering? Or maybe they changed. I don't know. $2,000 for a damn tank is what? It eats bombs, though, since it was designed to survive a nuke. No. Nothing would have been designed to survive a nuke. I don't know where you're going with that. It was planes and not a tank, I think. If it's in a maintenance mode. Oh, it is in a maintenance mode. Oh. If so, oh. World of War Thunder? Yeah. It's backwards, I think, because warships locks you out of your vehicle when it's dead until the match is over. Yeah, so War Thunder is the one that allows you to have multiple things. That's what I was saying, right? That's what... Now I'm confused. Search up 279, alright. Oh, is that the one that's the land ship or whatever? $1959, and they reckon it could survive a nuke? See, nuke survival tank? Well, I'm not seeing anything about it saying that, but there was something about, see, nuke surviving tank. The problem is even if you could have a... not a moderate... what's the, a reasonable sized tank survive a nuke, it's gonna cook everybody that's inside of it anyway. That's why I personally like War Thunder, because you can have other tanks as well. Yeah, I like the idea that it forces you to do that. $2,000 is War Thunder, by the way? American dollars? It's survival tank. If you were within a certain radius... Oh. I was assuming that they were expecting you to be kind of like in the blast radius. Certain radius of a news, you're just dead before you comprehend that you're dead. Yeah. Nukes quite literally generate the hottest place in the universe when they detonate. No? I'm pretty sure you'll find that not only are hydrogen bombs hotter, but so are stars, and then above stars are superstars, and above superstars are novas, and above novas are supernovas. And above supernovas are black holes. Or maybe supernovas can get hotter, but I think the idea of a black hole is they are theoretically meant to be insanely hot. Like, a lot hotter than any planet. I could be wrong though. Maybe there's like some sort of difference to do with a nuke, because a nuke maybe doesn't have the mass, so it doesn't have the same limitations as a star to cause like a black hole or whatever. In this Russia, what do you expect in the 1950s? What I kind of was thinking there for a little bit was maybe they wanted it so then if it was in the radius of a blast, kind of like not so much the heat zone, it was meant to have the tank survive, but if the people inside were fried, that's fine, just take them out and put in new people. You're right, I'm confusing H-bombs. But in the instant of detonation, they're the hottest thing. Oh, really? Yeah, no, black holes don't radiate heat because they suck in gravity quicker than the heat can escape. But I believe the theory is that they're meant to be just insanely hot. Though their accretion disks can become very hot. Is that what it's called? An accretion disk? Huh. Just got here. I'm sure tanks are very relevant to Gran Turismo experience. I don't think you've played Gran Turismo enough. Black holes do radiate something, but it's tough to call Hawking's radiation heat. Sure, I don't know. I think theoretically, though, black holes are meant to be, like... The black hole itself is meant to be hot. It's not meant to radiate the heat. Accretion disk is the mass spinning around and falling into the black hole. Why are solar systems and black holes always depicted as having like a rotational thing in a thing? I don't understand why they don't have, like, why does our solar system really only have mainly one axis of revolving things? Why don't they go in every other axis? I don't understand that. Is it because there's spin, and the more spin there is of the central object, it spins the things outwards? From talking about GT menu, then talks about tanks and black holes. Yeah, the Philman show. ADHD. ADHD the show. As they spin, they flare out like a pizza. Even still, fantastic, just how I like it. I suppose maybe if they were having... No, but you would still see some things going on other axes. I was going to say that if they would eventually all just collide, and then over a long enough time, they would end up becoming homogeneous in their accretion disk or orbits. Yeah. Maybe it's a thing that just eventually happens. To anything that orbits. Like to anything that has a lot of orbiting objects. But I do feel that it would still be possible. There are things in our solar system going the other way, but they slowly get pulled flat by the larger objects that are in the planets. Oh. Takes hundreds of millions, if not billions of years. Yeah. I think we're basically done for today, though. I need to edit this. I need to walk with a beast. I am hungry. So I think we're going to call it there. It's a lot of gyroscopic stabilization. If you spin something fast enough on one axis, it's hard to get motion on another axis. Yeah, but if it's spinning this way, can't you have it spinning that way? I suppose also they would have an effect of each other. So if something's going this way and then it passes behind it, it gets pulled that direction. So maybe eventually over time, things would get like pulled into alignment. Not so much by colliding, but by just the gravity affecting them and trajectories, stuff like that. But I suppose no, if it's coming from this direction and it passes in front, then it would make it go... Okay, I suppose once it goes ever so slightly off, it'll get affected more in this quadrant because it's slightly closer, and then slightly more on this quadrant, and less on this quadrant, and less on this quadrant. So it would just eventually pull in line. Okay, yeah, I get that. I see how gravity are affecting each other. Not so much spinning the other way, but on different axes as well. Why would it also, if it was spinning in the other direction, gets, I suppose, gravity of the objects affecting each other to make them all spin in the same direction. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Next stream, we're going to try to figure out how the fuck to get these to be on separate things. God damn it, I don't understand what's going on. But, yeah. There's a rat in my kitchen. What am I gonna do? Get a mousetrap. I actually, I like the enclosed, or partially enclosed mousetrap that kind of look like a closed like that. That way I can hide the bait in and around the trap area. That way they're encouraged to dig, to like rummage in deeper. Then it catches them. Because I find if I just have it on the trap pressure plate, they can eat it out of there without the trap going off. But if you make them rummage around, they're a hell of a lot more likely to get caught. Think about TDs. Yeah, the TD, the table data, yeah. Planets and moons affects the speed of each other. Yeah. Same concept? Sure. And a chef's hat. I'm gonna fix the rat. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Was the problem that the rat in your kitchen was broken? Use the black holes to pull them into different positions? Good. I like that idea. I still have no idea what's happening. To be honest, looking at that, I don't know much either. But yeah, we're done. I also need to go to the toilet. So, thank you everybody. That includes you, Burning, even though you were a bit spammy there. Ethan, thanks for being here. Boog, thanks for being here. I don't like saying your name. I'm just going to call you Jordan. Thanks for being here. Oh, I doxed you. Then there was the other people that were around that were helping out. Just a random guy. Also, thank you for being here. Who was the other people? I have to scroll so far because of Burning. Kabergen, thanks for being here. DevH, you were here for a short second. Where is... Not that guy 70, thanks for being here. Just a random guy, thanks for being here. Volk, okay, I think that's enough. Gone way over the list now. I don't mean to spam, but also do it without knowing. Yeah, I find that's a common thing amongst alphas and zoomers. They tend to write thought, send message, write thought, send message, write thought, send message, which can be okay, but it is irritating to get, like, if I'm trying to focus on something, especially with my ADHD, I don't know whether there's more to it, but like getting the notifications, and I'm trying to think about something else for that amount of time, that becomes really irritating. The other one is if you're in a live chat, it fills up the chat and doesn't allow other people to chat. What if the Alpine company gave you permission for another car? They did. I asked if I could do the other cars like the MS8 Streamliner. ADHD is a cool thing? I don't know about that. Do apologize, I know I will try not to do that. I'm listening to some more reggae on my fire escape. Sure. I designed a plane during all this because of ADHD. That sounds about right. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you DJM for being a top tier channel member. For everybody else, you get on this list.
Goodbye.